Good evening. I will call to order this special meeting of Tolland Town Council, May 16, 2024. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So due to the special nature of a formal hearing per section C5-2 subsection 3 of the Tolland Town Charter, I will temporarily vacate the role of chair for this meeting. If the vice chair also wishes to temporarily vacate his role as vice chair, I recommend appointing a temporary chairman pro tempore for this meeting. This council has an experienced trial attorney who would be best suited to act as chairman pro tempore, and therefore I recommend we appoint Councilor Jennifer Butler as chairman pro tempore for tonight's meeting. Is there any objection? I object. Okay, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Do you want to discuss first?
I don't know, nobody's communicated to me, actually, so that if I knew why.
Yeah, we talked about it today. Okay.
Nobody,
No problem, Madam Chair.
I'm just wondering, because I wasn't communicated that you were gonna be.
Would you like to take a quick recess?
Sure, I'm happy to take a quick
Is
recess.
there objection to a quick recess? No objection?
No objection. No, sorry.
No objection. So if we could just recess quickly for a minute?
Nobody's communicated with me.
It's a good way to start.
Okay. Do you want to withdraw your objection?
I would like to withdraw.
So is there any further objection? All right, without objection, I will turn over the chairman pro tempore to Councilor Butler.
Agenda item 4.1, consideration of a resolution to remove Kathleen W. Bach from the Historic District Commission per section C5-2, subsection 3 of the Tolland Town Charter. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
It's moved by Councilor Moran and seconded by Councilor Noonan. We will do a roll call vote. Oh, no, we're all here. So we can do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Town Manager Foley, will you please review the background information on this matter?
Sure, Town Council at the last meeting set tonight's public hearing and at a previous meeting expressed interest in evaluating the membership makeup of the Historic District Commission, which has resulted in significant and numerous complaints received from residents regarding professionalism and decorum, as well as commission meeting attendance. The reason for removal of Kathy Bach are occurrences of lack of professionalism and decorum, difficulties following procedure, being disrespectful to residents, and during HDC meetings displaying a lack of impartiality during HDC meeting proceedings. And also, again, issues with attendance.
Do any town council members have any questions for clarification on the background? Council, you checked, how many public testimony communications have been received?
Since the 4/25, since 4/25, the council meeting, they've been coming in, it's police, I've been trying to keep up the best, so they have here 12, but we might have just gone back 12. That's it.
Thank you. So we'll now be asking for the comments of the public on the subject of the public hearing items only. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. I will call on members of the public who will speak. Persons attending in person can raise their hand and will be called upon. Persons attending virtually can raise their Zoom hand or press *9. When called upon, any person physically attending the meeting should approach and designate the table right in front of us. That's the designated area. When called upon, any person virtually will be asked by the Zoom meeting host to unmute and to speak. And each person who speaks is to be providing their name and address to begin with. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak in the room?
Just a point of order, Madam Acting Chairwoman. My name is George Schober. I represent Jody Coleman Marziallo. And is this, the public comment now would be for anything regarding the agenda tonight? In other words, both for Ms. Bach's hearing and for my client's hearing? Or is it just for Ms. Bach's hearing?
So this is the opportunity for Ms. Bach's hearing. There will be another portion that will be for Ms. Marziallo.
Okay, there'll be another public comment for that hearing as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I may involve James and report attorney for Kathy Bach. Just to be clear, this is not yet part of the formal hearing. correct?
It is
This
not.
still-
This is just the public comment portion. If you may approach the table.
Mr. Bully, hello. Council members, hello. My name is Kate Finch. I am a longtime resident of Tolland, live at 423 Old Post Road. I am here to really wholeheartedly express my support for Kathy Bach and to ask you to cease any effort to remove her from the commission. I really was stunned to learn this was even being contemplated, given Mrs. Bach's 44 years of elected, appointed, and volunteer service to our community. She is a Tolland treasure who I think you should be honoring, not removing from office. I worked closely with Mrs. Bach for 4 years to plan the Tolland 300th anniversary celebration from 2011 to 2015. She was co-chair of the anniversary celebration and I was its secretary. Few people worked as many unpaid hours as Kathy did on behalf of our town, and she was instrumental in helping to raise $76,000 to host our celebration. Thanks to Kathy, we had one of the largest gatherings in Tolland history when thousands of people turned out for the Tolland 300th anniversary picnic and parade. Also, thanks to Kathy, the committee was able to design, purchase, and install the granite monument to honor our 79 original settlers that today stands at the end of our historic green. For years, Mrs. Bach has served as a volunteer director of the Tolland, Old Tolland County Jail and Museum, and as president of the Tolland Historical Society, where I serve as secretary. No one has done more than she to preserve and tell Tolland's story through our 4 museums. Thanks to Mrs. Bach, at least 2 generations of Tolland children, maybe even some of your own, have attended Tolland Green Day as third graders, where through her efforts, they learn about an early settler of the town and they portray that person so they can learn about our town's history. No matter your issues right now with Mrs. Bach, please remember her contributions to our town. I hope one or more of you can step in and mediate this dispute rather than removing her from the commission. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll consider my viewpoint.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to make a comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. No one online. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to make a comment?
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Judy Coleman Marzialo, 79 Tolland Green. I've known Kathy Bach for 20 years. I was part of the Tolland 300 celebration as well. I got a call and was asked if my house would be available for house tours to help out the town. It would be a wonderful opportunity for people to see the inside of the beautiful structures on the green. I volunteered my house. I spent thousands and thousands of dollars making it safe for pedestrians who would be entering it. I had a wiggly threshold on my giant front step. And my husband had to replace that. We also had to, everybody spent money on their house that year to spruce it up and make it look beautiful. Never mind mulch, flowers, cookies, lemonade, the whole 9 yards. It was a wonderful event. Over 200 people, strangers, walked through my property and my house. I did remove all the pictures of my children off my refrigerator because I wasn't quite sure who was coming through. No background checks were done on these people. And Kathy has been a wonderful source of history. Many times the Historic District Commission has reached out to the Historical Society's archives for information on properties and history about them. And in particular, we just had a public hearing last night for the Historic District Commission, and we actually have an applicant at 34 Tolland Green, which we approved, who wants to replace their cedar shapes with cedar clapboard, which we found a photograph that shows that it's actually reverting it back to what it originally had prior to when it was transformed into the cedar shakes. So the Historical Society has been a wonderful asset. Kathy has been a wonderful asset and a wealth of knowledge and a huge contributor to the Historic District Commission. And I really think you should rethink what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who would like to make a comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. Seeing none, is there anybody in the room who would like to make a comment? I think I see. Please come up.
My name is Sharon LaPlante and live at 160 White Old Road in Tolland. Most of you have seen this, I think. Good evening. To the point, this is an appalling act of malignant, deliberate malfeasance. It's abject vengeance. Ryan Foley and the town council chair want Kathy Bach off the Historic District Commission so they can replace her with the yes-men. Kathy Bach is doing her job as a Historic District Commission member. Brian Foley and his gang of renown wants his way, no matter how deliberately seedy he goes about it. Town manager hates Kathy Bach. Well, she's a woman. She's smarter than him. She knows more people in town. She has served on a number of commissions and committees, given her extensive knowledge of the history and workings of this town. Her town manager also hates her because she simply doesn't agree with him. Brian Foley and the town council chair are making her pay. And he can do this easily. He has the town council members lead out of his hand. He has control over the town council. Yes, we have our ways of knowing this. Little birdies talk to us all the time. It is equally appalling that the town council members choose to be ignorant of history, about the appeal the facts of the matter and the present attempt to oust Kathy Bach. Being ignorant and passive is unacceptable. You should understand that right now you are serving the town manager and the town council chair. You don't work for either one of them. You work for the town. You work for the people in this town. If you passively follow your leaders tonight and allow this hateful meeting to actually happen and continue, you will bring shame and humiliation down upon yourselves and the town. Any town in the state of Connecticut would love to have Kathy Bach as a member of the Historic District Commission. She knows the federal, the state, the local rules and regulations. Actually, so does Jody. Any town would love to have her. Now, I just don't understand why you're doing this. Any town manager would love to have her. But anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm gonna go right to the Zoom person and I'll be right back to you. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to make a comment? Seeing none,
I just have a one more. Are we able to see anybody's hands by not seeing the whole screen?
I have it up on mine too, and there's no hands.
Okay,
I think they go right to the
And they
front
would go
too.
right to the front.
thank you.
Anyone in the room would like to make a comment?
My name is Ken Upling, Summerwood Ridge in Tolland. I'm gonna talk kind of loud so everyone can hear me. The town of Tolland seems to have some bullies, not in the school system, but in the town council. You should learn about bullying like they teach in school, maybe all of you. It's not right. Combined, Kathy Bach and Jody Marziello have devoted almost a half a century of service to the town of Tolland, and now are being bullied, and again, bullied, and that's actually what it is, out of their positions in the Historic District Commission. Is it professional to call them a joke, notoriously disgraceful, a circus, nasty, petty, nitpicking, because they follow the state statutes and the federal guidelines? It has been recently that less than 10 or so complaints have come in about the town green. 4 of them are from one person, apparently. 2 of them are from another person. They're residents in the historic town green now, but they're new. And if they did their due diligence, would have given them knowledge regarding restrictions and guidelines for owning property on the historic green. For example, I live in a community where the HOA laws said you couldn't park in the driveway. You had to put your car in the garage. I didn't argue with them. I did what they were. I didn't try to get the board members kicked off because that was the situation. Additionally, where's the lack of professionalism, decorum, in trying to preserve the history of our town? You are attempting to get rid of 2 members of the commission because you are being influenced by a handful of people, and they're newer people in this town. Maybe you should focus on the disgusting business down the road. Tolland's kind of known right now with a big poster on the highway, interstate highway. Hey, come to Tolland. I guess they got busted today. Maybe something like that's more important for the town council. But anyway, it seems like you're being hypocrites regarding professionalism. Here are a couple more questionable professional behaviors. A public social media post to Colleen, a town council member, from Jen Buckler, town council member and an attorney. I feel some people here could be offended by the
Point of
language
order.
contained.
Point of order. That is not relevant to the hearing that we're here for today.
Well, she's making a decision on her.
Yeah,
She needs to be.
I'm not making any
professional.
decision on anyone.
You're
Sir,
not.
well,
that
I
does
have
not have
copies
anything to do
of,
with today.
of social media here.
Sir,
Is it okay if I
you're
pass them out?
leaving, sir.
Have you got them?
Let them speak for heaven's
I'll
sake.
finish
If you're
it
not
for him.
afraid of anything, let them speak.
You know, it's not right what you people are doing. I hate to come and have to do this and say what I have to say, but you guys are bullies, trying to bully a couple ladies out of a.
Sir, your time is up.
Oh, yeah, okay. My time is up. You didn't answer my question. Is it okay to pass these out?
I would remind the members of the public, this is a hearing for Ms. Coleman Marzialo and Ms. Bach.
Right, they're
Excuse
professionals.
me, I am speaking.
Oh, you're in a room.
There is
Now, that's
no
rude.
good for
What?
them, if you're sitting here in support of them, to be causing a scene.
I'm not causing a scene. I'm telling it like
Sir,
it is.
I'm not engaging with you.
Of course not. When you come in here and talk to you people, it's like talking to the wall. And, you know,
This is a hearing. And we're in the portion for Ms. Bach, and out of respect for Ms. Bach in this hearing process, I would ask the members of the public to keep their composure. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak? Is there any members of the public in the room that wish to speak? Ma'am, please step forward.
Hi, Brenda Cook with an E 93 Rhodes Road. I went on the town website this morning, looking at the vacancies on the town boards and commissions. There are 38 vacancies, 38. Yet the town council wants 2 dedicated volunteers thrown off their committee. That would make 40 vacancies. This town is reminding me of the short story by Shirley Jackson, The Lottery. Instead of publicly shaming and defaming volunteers, I wouldn't be surprised if Tolland's next step will be placing a huge pile of rocks on the green so that they can have their next public stoning on the town green. How will you ever fill your vacancies if people are afraid to volunteer, if they display too much passion for their job or care too much about the historic flavor of the town? They will be subjected to public humiliation. Somewhere, somehow, this town has taken a toxic turn. If that's the kind of town you want to promote and live in, then all I have to say is Gene Pitney's song, Town Without Pity, was not written about Rockville, but about Tolland. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone online that wishes to speak? Is there anyone in the room? Sir, have you approached?
You know, you hear every, Mark Marziello, 79 Tolland Green. You wonder why everyone's so passionate. You know, I don't think you people really understand who these women are. You really don't. I mean, Kathy Bach, I mean, there's no one like her. There is no one like her. And you're doing this to us. It blows my mind. It hurts people. You're ruining this town. It's the death of Tolland. You guys, you will be the death of Tolland. You'll go down in history books. That's the people who ruined this town.
I mean, you're at the precipice right now. You're going one way or the other. And tonight's the decision you're gonna make to see where we go. You know? I don't know what to say. I don't know how people can sit here and do this. I really don't. You know, what do you expect from people? You know? Somebody works so hard, they're so good at what they do, and you have the power to just get rid of them. And that's what you're doing. You know? I don't know. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out in my head. It just doesn't make sense to me. I think you really don't know who these people are. And I don't know if you watched any of their meetings or anything, if you really did your homework, because you would know. If you understood what these women have done for this town. You know? Hope you did.
Thank you. Is there anyone online that wishes to speak? Going back to the room, is there anyone in the room that wishes to speak? Sir, please step forward.
Bob Rubino, 296 Weigel. My comment is more of a question about the structure of tonight's public hearing. Is it the intent to close the public hearing before the public has had opportunity to hear the objective evidence in support of these two agenda items? And if not, would the public have an opportunity to speak at the end of the meeting? Right now, I believe we're engaged in opinion rather than making comment on fact.
Thank you. So as a point of clarification for everybody, there is going to be a portion, and we're currently in the portion of public comment for agenda item 4.1 for Ms. Kathy Bach. There will be a separate public comment at the beginning of agenda item 4.2 for Ms. Jody Coleman Marzialo. Following the public comment, we will be entertaining a motion to open up the formal hearing.
At which time the public hearing will be closed for the public to make comment.
That is correct. There'll be an opportunity for them to call witnesses during the formal hearing, but at that point, there will be no more public comment.
So during the public hearing part, there's no public comment?
You'll have the opportunity to call witnesses during the formal hearing.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to make a comment? Is there anyone in the room that would like to make a comment? Dan, if you'd like to step forward.
Lisa Day Lewis, 63 Tolland Green. I am the new resident in Tolland. I inhabit the old Tolland Inn, a home that I take great pride in. And we've had 5 COAs before the historic district since we moved here 2.5 years ago. I almost didn't show up tonight because this is less about me and more about overall the communications that I've gotten, because people know that I've been unhappy with the HDC, so a lot of people reach out to me with their concerns as well. So I'm here not just for myself, but because I know a lot of other people are hesitant to go before certain people in the room. I would say that I've been bullied on the Historic District Commission during hearings. There's just an attitude of better than you. We're in power. We don't have to listen to what you say. We don't have to follow our own charter. And frankly, like, we're just tired of it. We just want to take care of our homes. We just want to be respected. And regardless of what these people do in the rest of their time, the HDC meetings are very, very toxic. And I am a victim, and there are other victims. They might not all be here tonight. They have written letters I just want to see one person sit up here to show support that had to go for a COA. I don't see anyone coming up to this table that has had to go for a COA. I am the only one here that has been through this process. So if you're going to listen to somebody who has had to experience this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to make a comment? Going back to the room, is there anyone in the room who wishes to make a comment?
Hi, Sophia Marziello, 79 Tolland Green. So actually, I'm a witness. I was here with my mom for most of these things, talking to Mrs. Lewis, and I would like her to provide evidence of her being bullied because personally, I haven't seen any of that. I mean, I read the letters. It's false.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to make a comment? Anybody in the room that wishes to make a comment? Yes.
Deb Getz, 176 Lane. I just want it noted for the record that that last testimony from Ms. Day Lewis was about the HDC in general. This hearing is only about Mrs. Bach, and you can only judge her actions. You cannot judge her based on the actions of the entire HDC. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to make a comment? Anybody in the room that wishes to make a comment? Going back to online for a final time. Going back to the room for a final time. Anyone wish to speak? Hearing none, we're going to be closing the public comment. Is there a motion to open the formal hearing for section C5-2, subsection 3 of the Tolland Town Charter?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Stargarter and seconded by Counselor Moran. All in favor?
Aye.
It is unanimous.
Good evening, council members. James Zimmer, attorney for Jacob Walker Riceberry here for Kathleen Bach. I'd like to request that Ms. Bach be allowed to make a brief opening statement before the formal hearing gets moving any farther.
Absolutely.
Good evening.
If
For the
you
record,
mind, is she going to be testifying as well? No.
No, not. She's just, right now, she's just reading an opening.
I'm just making a statement. And for the record, it's Kathleen W. Bach, 255 Tolland Stage Road, here in Tolland. And I just wanted to make it clear that I'm here to respond to the phone call that I received on March 21st, 2024. So I'm going to review with you the process that took place. The caller was from the planning department, and it was a staff member. He called me to thank me for my service to the town. And having said that, he asked me for my resignation. The call came in around 3 o'clock, and he said that my resignation would be due at noon the following day. He cited the charter section C5-2, 11 III, excuse me. And he said that if I did not resign by noon the following day, which was like 21 hours later, I would be asked to appear for consideration for removal from the Historic District Commission on the next town council agenda, which would be April 9. And I would be slated, following that, I would be slated for public hearing for removal at the following town council meeting, which was to be April 23rd. As we know, those dates changed. I asked what grounds for removal would be, and the answer was that he could not tell me. I replied that the appointment to the town Historic District Commission was made by the town council, and that I would expect that a call would come from the town council. And the reply was to resign to the commission, to the planning office or the town manager's office by noon tomorrow, or the process as described, would begin. I assume that there is a recording of this call so that you could review that, and you probably have because you're thorough. Since I'm not going to get an answer, and I knew I wouldn't, I decided that the best course to get information would be to allow the process to begin as described. And as you know, we have been 2 months into the process. But I don't know, and I'll ask the question, does this, the way the town council policy for transparency is supposed to go. Is this part of your culture of community building? For 2 consecutive town council meetings on April 9 and April 23rd, and 4 public participation sessions, I sat here and listened to people I didn't know say despicable and untrue things about me without an opportunity to respond. I heard from friends. I heard from residents I didn't know who cited my accomplishments. And I think that they were of my tirelessness, what I prefer to be thankless contributions. I don't wish to be thanked, to my community, to those friends and to those strangers alike who spoke, who stopped by my house, who've called and sent thank you notes. There's only 2 words I can say, thank you. And they aren't words. Those 2 words really simply aren't enough to express my gratitude. Now that the marshals have served the paperwork on me at my home, I know with vague terms what deeds I have been accused of, and I've had some time to ferret out who my accusers are and what my deeds are. So let me begin. First, my lack of professionalism and decorum. As I address you tonight, having sat through these public participations leading up to the meeting, I have exhibited my professionalism and my decorum, the same as I believe I have exhibited in all the meetings over my 44-year career, which by now I'm sure you have reviewed for yourselves. If you have not, would you please recuse yourself from any discussion tonight, and please recuse yourself from any votes tonight, because you have no firsthand information. Only the town council chair does, and she's been at our meetings, the HDC meetings, and she needs to decide whether she has exhibited the decorum and professionalism she wishes to use to evaluate me. It's only right that the town council should set the example for town members and town volunteers. Difficulties in following procedure. Since I tend to be the commissioner that brings our group back together and on track when our meetings get into discussions, I will need you to give me more examples of my errors. You gave me none in the papers you served on me. Since I'm eminently aware of state statute, and many times only the first half is quoted at our meetings by those who come before us, and I am eminently aware of the federal guidelines, and I review them and have them in front of me when we meet, I can see how many times the folks who come before us think that they are not aware, and they think that I'm coloring outside the lines. I suggest the town council provide training, especially for those who are recently appointed to our commission, and alternates included. Respectful to residents during HDC meetings. Since it's my practice to reply rather than initiate conversation, again, I would need specific examples. You as town council members have reviewed the audio recordings, I'm sure, and will certainly be able to provide these examples where I have deviated. Letters of support that you have received and I have reviewed have proven that these allegations seem to be false. So I'll await your proof. Displaying a lack of impartiality during HDC commission meeting proceedings. Again, you provided no examples to respond, but I will hypothesize. I recently responded at a meeting to an applicant who expressed his opinion, and I expressed mine. And that opinion, by the way, is protected by the Supreme Court and the First Amendment. It does not impugn my ability to be impartial with an application, and as proven by previous and subsequent votes that I have made. You're allowing it to be fodder, and presenting it here tonight does nothing but fuel petty vendettas. Does this foster your healthy spirit of community? Again, your personal review of the tapes in full will allow you to see that this is what it is. You didn't review, if you didn't review, please recuse yourselves tonight from the vote. Issues with meeting attendance. This was kind of a big reach, I think, in your list of attacks. In my 12.5 years on the commission, several of them as clerk, who is the recorder of the minutes, because we don't have a recorder, I have had a rather meticulous record due to the position of clerk and being a member of the commission at the same time. In the past years, Commission member Ann Deegan and I have started to share the role
because I've had some changes in my responsibilities in the family. In 2023, and I've only gone back that far to actually document, I have had 3 absences, the worst record I've had in my 12 and a half years. Those absences were for the following: 1 health reason, the birth of a grandchild where I actually was out of Tolland to take care of the other grandchildren while their parents were at the hospital, and 1 recusal because of an application where I obliged the applicant. There were 2 other HDC members who also recused themselves for that particular applicant, and all of us had excused absences. Ann and I worked out the coverage for that night's meeting, and the chair was advised. My absences are far below the number which is punishable by the town code, but you already know that because you've done your homework. That covers the issues in the draft resolution that was sent to me, but that does not address the underlying cause of why we're here tonight. It's extremely important to address the culture of what's going on here in the leadership of Tolland. And yes, I am borrowing that word from the manager and some of you, since you've been starting to use it against and in reference to Mrs. Marziello and me. It's the culture of a loud, visceral speech has begun about 2 years ago, and you have orchestrated this as the only time that I can adequately address the charges against me and speak to my own defense. As a historian, I can ferret out the truth as much as possible, and here are the truths as I've been able to find them in the record. Well, I cut that all out because I didn't want to bore you tonight. I've finally been able to ferret it out, the facts from the gossip, by going to the record. But we all know what's really going on here. So let me cut to the chase. No volunteer, no person in this town should be subject to the lack of injustice that's been going on with Joey and I. The lead up to tonight, the changes of dates for the public hearing, the change in the format for the public hearing, even in the end, the town manager's office started charging for the FOI copies, the damning letters, the redundant letters, all of it. In the end, there really weren't any firm facts that you produced. Look in the mirror when you get home tonight. Just make sure you really like the person you can see there. You have a great challenge ahead of you. Governing is a team effort. After the election, you are one team, Team Tolland. You will learn to rely on the expertise of your staff, boards, and commissions. You will become a respected governing body, learning to effectively direct the new town manager, working within the confines of the town charter, working with the plan of conservation development, and acknowledging that your primary job as a fiduciary body of the town is daunting. This will take balance, earning the respect and a lot of your personal presence. Work together. With all respect for everybody in this room who's spoken on my behalf tonight, to serve this community and all of you on Zoom, because I know there are some out there who didn't speak, to serve this community and the others that I've served before you, before this one, it has been my greatest honor. These communities have always had my back. You, town manager, do not. You, town council, do not. I no longer trust this town manager, and I no longer trust this town council. I have a stellar reputation in this community to protect. You are trying to impugn it. No one can work under these conditions. No matter what you decide tonight, for reasons that I have discussed in this document, this is my letter of resignation from the Historic District Commission, and it is effective immediately. I can't work with you. Good night. Thank you all for being here tonight. I've appreciated your love and your support.
I appreciate you over all the years.
Wait a minute. I have something.
And I'm sorry it came down to
Brought you a gift.
unbelievable.
Thank you. I have a gift for you.
I'll just hand a motion for a recess.
So,
All in favor? You stand at recess.
Talk to them for a minute.
Okay, thank you.
No, you can't have your back, you can't get it up. You
Yeah.
have to touch your back.
Maybe we can go to,
That was very nice.
Thank you.
Not.
Mr. Adams.
I want to do this.
Is there a motion to close the public informal hearing for agenda item 4.1? Is
So moved.
Second.
there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. I'm sorry, did you get who moved and who seconded?
Yes, I did.
Agenda item 4.2, consideration of a resolution to remove Jody Coleman Marzialo from the Historic District Commission per section C5-2, subsection 3 of the Tolland Town Charter. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Stargarder, seconded by Counselor Moran. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Town Manager Foley. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the testimony you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Will you please proceed?
Excuse me, the public hearing part, I believe where he gives his summary of the
apologize.
public. Sorry, Madam Chair. I think we skipped over something.
I think we need to do the background information first, and then we're gonna go into public comment.
You're right.
Thank you.
But you're not sworn in.
Thank you. All right. Second to catch up here. The town council at the last meeting set tonight's public hearing in a previous meeting and at a previous meeting expressed interest in evaluating the membership makeup of the Historic District Commission, which has resulted in significant and numerous complaints received from residents regarding professionalism and decorum. The reason for removal of Jody Coleman Marziano are occurrences of lack of professionalism and decorum, difficulties following procedure, being disrespectful to residents during HDC meetings, and displaying a lack of impartiality during HDC meetings.
Do any of the town council members have any questions in regards to the background? Council, you check if there have been any public testimony communications online.
Through our email, the same. It's.
And as before, the public hearing testimony communications will be included in the minutes per the town council's rules of procedure. We will now ask for the comments by the public on the subject of the public hearing items. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. I'll call on members of the public who wish to speak. Persons attending in person will raise their hand to be called upon. Persons attending virtually can raise their Zoom hand. When called upon, any person physically attending the meeting should approach the designated area, which is the table in front of us, where their voice can be heard by the electronic equipment. When called upon virtually attending the meeting, they will be asked by the Zoom meeting host to unmute to speak. Each person who wishes to speak is to provide their name and address. So starting in the room, is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak? You may approach. Yes.
Lisa Davis, 63 Tolland Green. So I've been called a liar already once here tonight. I just want to bring a point back to what I said earlier about bullying in the HDC commission meetings, and specifically mention Jody. None of this happened on my property. It all happened in the meeting. I don't need witnesses because they were all recorded. So if anyone wants to go back and review those, meetings that I was part of, they are all online. The young woman over here that was referring to something she witnessed was one of the unannounced times that Miss Coleman came over to my house. I was on my back porch and she walked down my driveway. And, we had a conversation about an application I was considering. It was pretty friendly. She made some suggestions. I wasn't really bringing that up particularly, but, because it was brought up, I will kind of respond to that. I also just wanted to mention, in regard to those instances where Miss Coleman was walking around my property, several times in my home, I was just like watching her through my Ring camera, like wondering why she was like staring up at my house. And I do have that, like, you know, those recordings, but like, I didn't really think it was important to bring them. But the biggest thing that concerned me that I really came here tonight was one of the very first times that I personally felt that Miss Coleman was doing things that were not appropriate for somebody on a historic district commission was when a state worker that works for the state was doing tree work on my house and came up and knocked at my door. I answered it. I didn't know what he wanted, why he was there. And he told me that Miss Coleman had a conversation with him about how she didn't approve of our solar application and she planned to vote against it and that he thought it was wrong. So he felt the need to come knock on my door and tell me about it. And that was the first time I realized that, you know, we really just didn't have a chance in getting our solar application approved, because if somebody before even going to a hearing already has made up their mind, you know, obviously that's not going to go well. And at that point, you know, is we hired like legal help because we just were like really nervous that we wouldn't even get a fair hearing. So that's why I wanted to come here tonight. And honestly, like, I just want everyone that lives on the green to have the opportunity to have fair and unbiased hearings and to be treated with respect. And that's what I'm hoping will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak? Please raise your Zoom hand.
Sorry, just a point of order. I can see that Mrs. Bach entered the waiting room. Just want to make sure that she's on.
There's no one waiting.
She's in. Thank you.
Seeing no one on Zoom, we'll go back to the room.
Hi, Sophia Martio, 79 Tolland Green. Actually, when she's referring to the assistant, it was me and my mom. We were going for a walk around the green, like how we normally do. We did not approach her house because why would we? She actually came to us as we're walking by and asked us to come and view her solar, where she planned on putting it so we could get a better understanding. I was there. So we all together walked back into her backyard and we were looking at it. And you remember I even said, why don't you put solar over on that sunroof thing? Because it can reflect against the house. Because of like the white house, the white paint, I feel it would reflect like the sun, you know? So I don't understand why she's making it sound like we were walking around her property.
I'm not talking about the same time you are. I was just talking about somebody else.
Okay. Also, she has dogs, so why would we go near her property? But I don't,
That's
yeah, she has a fence too, but this was like 2 years ago, before she got solar, after her fence was approved. So I don't know. The only thing, we didn't do that. I was there.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to comment? Move back to the room. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lily Golden, and I'm a lifetime resident of Tolland. I've known Jody's Coleman, I'm supposed to say my address?
Yeah.
127 Gray Haber Road, Tolland, Connecticut. I've known Jody Marziallo for over 20 years, and she is a dedicated volunteer who's passionate, informed, devoted to carrying out the purpose of the Historic District Commission, which is to preserve and protect the distinctive characteristics and appearance of the Tolland Green and of the buildings which surround it, while respecting the rights and wishes of those who own property within the district. She's steadfastly done so by following rules, regulations, statutes, and guidelines. I'm fully aware that unfortunately, according to the Tolland Town Charter, that she can basically be removed for any reason by the town council. But I just wanted to express that I believe this resolution to have her removed seems extreme, that from what I can gather, there have only been a handful of complaints. I'm keeping my comments short because I believe others have already more eloquently expressed things and their support of her in emails. I know that the emails are part of the record. I just wanted to mention in particular I had read, two emails from, people who live on the Tolland Green, Stella Demand and Holly Barnes, as well as emails from Tolland residents Amanda Frost and Sudhakar Nagardia Bekar. And I thought they expressed well the reasons that Jody should not be removed. And I wanted to lastly say that I strongly believe that Jody Coleman Marziallo should not be removed from the Historic District Commission, and that I urge the town council to reconsider. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Is there anyone online who wishes to make a comment? Anyone in the room? Yes.
Father Vino, 296 Blackgold Road. I'm not going to relitigate what I said to you 2 weeks ago. Other than we need an HDC. Currently, we have an HOA. And there's something wrong. There's been a sea change in town where the town green, the HDC, the historic district, is seen as a community resource. Unfortunately, the makeup of the HDC doesn't really see it that way. It's comprised entirely of people who live in the historic district. And it kind of sets up a bit of an echo chamber. Because somebody moved their cheese and they don't like it. It sets up a bit of hysteria, an irrational emotion. The HTC and another topic had asked for an archaeological dig prior to proceeding with sidewalks. The town manager dutifully executed on that request so quickly that members of the HTC saw people in orange vests thinking the town had skipped the archaeological dig and filed an injunction against the town. So one of the questions then becomes, how is it people who serve on the HTC, who are behind this, can be serving the interests of the town? Something is wrong. Something is wrong when you see an exodus of good people from the HTC. People are resigning. People with legal backgrounds who should know better. Why are they leaving? So, as you have to replace at least one member, I hope going forward, as a way to address the structural problem of the HDC, its echo chamber of the neighborhood HOA, even when you see publications a year ago on open discussion, that a purpose of the HDC is to ensure and promote property values. Really? That's an HOA. Going forward, when you consider members, I would hope that you draw from the greater community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, is there anyone online who wishes to speak? See Kathleen Bach with her hand up, if you could please unmute. I can't tell.
Yes, thank you. I was going to speak to the knowledge that Jody Coleman Marziello brings to the Historic District Commission. And I still like to mention that, but I also now seem to need to correct the previous speaker's comments. The HDC did not bring an injunction. It is not involved in any court cases with the town on the Tolland Green. They did not go in worried about flags on the green. The dig on the green has nothing to do with the HDC. the HDC is not made up of strictly people who live on the green. We have sought to find more people than myself, who, as of up till tonight, was one of the people not resident on the green, who was a member. So I hope Mr. Rubino will check his facts before he gets up and then starts to postulate in the future. We were waiting very patiently, those who had the appeal against the town on the sidewalk, the two organizations in business who had the appeal against the town were waiting very patiently for the archaeological dig to begin. And if you checked your facts, you will know that with a registered historic site, which the green is, you must, every time you want to do something structurally on it, have an archaeological dig. It is required because you have a registered site. Those are things that are required by law now because you have those registered sites. So I just thought I'd correct the record. Back to Jody. She would be able to explain that to you because she also has those facts in her briefcase, if you will, of historic information for the district. But the district wasn't the organization that filed the appeal with the town. That was fodder that was put on the social media site that I referred to in my public statements. That's all I wish to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak?
Cheryl LaPlante, 168 White Oak Road in Tolland. Yeah, the Historic District Commission had nothing to do with the injunction with the bid. The injunction was put in place that night that the former town council made a decision to put the sidewalk on the green. So the injunction was handed to Mr. Foley to prevent any dig from any sidewalk from going forward until the appeal was settled. And I don't know what HOA is. Perhaps somebody can enlighten me. I don't know what that means. HDC to HOA. I don't know, Bob, maybe you can clarify that for me later on. So anyways, what I said about Kathy, you can pretty much ditto for Jody, okay? The three groups on the town green filed an appeal to the town's council vote to place a sidewalk on the green, on the very green part, the Tolland Green Historic District. Mines had already been made up though. Those who opposed the sidewalk were essentially ignored. So an appeal that was necessary because you didn't listen. The three groups and their other supporters of no sidewalk on the green have been going about their business in a legal and peaceful manner. Now, any town manager in any town in Connecticut would do the same, correct? He or she would continue being a manager for the health, wealth, and safety of the community. Any town council chair would continue to work for the good of the entire town. All right? Now, why would any town manager in any town in Connecticut or any town council chair want to attack members of a commission who are dedicated to following rules and carrying out the mission of their particular commission? Why would that happen? Why would anybody want to do that? Why would any town manager do this? Well, a town manager would not. A town council would not. A town council chair would not. A proper town council that cared for the health, safety, and security of any town would not allow it. But a bully with no respect for anyone other than himself or herself, a person whose view is, it's my way, the highway would, a coward would, someone with a Putin approach to opposition would, you know, anyone who crosses me is eliminated. One whose ego thinks he or she is the sole authority of the town would. Anyone for a thirst for harassing others, chaos, and anxiety would. Any textbook sociopath.
Ma'am, your time is up.
She's giving me 2 minutes. Now, hope that's not you, Mr. Foley. I hope that's not you, Ms. Stargazer. And I sure hope that the
Point of
council.
order, Madam Chair, the rules of procedure for tonight limit to 3 minutes per person.
Okay, all right. So,
Would you like me to?
sure.
Another inaccuracy, there's.
Oh, hang on, I think they have to do.
You have to. Okay.
Yes, please. Is there anyone online that would like to speak? Moving back to the room. Sir.
If you can finish.
Another inaccuracy, there's Mark Marziello, 79 Tolland Green.
Thank you.
Celeste Seneschal also does not live on the green. So. All right. Where should I start?
Just the last sentence.
Well, I will do the last paragraph. A bully with no respect for anyone other than himself or herself would. A person whose view it is. It's my way or the highway would. Howard, someone with a Putin approach to
Madam
opposition.
Chair, I object to that.
It's already been written.
Disparaging.
Sir, if you can limit your comment to the agenda items, please.
We're talking about the,
We're talking about the removal. They were on agenda item 4.2. The resolution to remove Jody Coleman Marziello. You can limit your comment to that agenda item, please.
I can't talk about the sociopath thing.
You cannot make personal remarks, please.
You're violating my First Amendment rights.
We do not allow it. It's against our rules of procedure, sir. Would you like to proceed?
You're violating my rights.
Sir,
You're an attorney, right?
we do not allow, I'm not acting in the capacity as an attorney.
But you
I'm a
know
member
these
of the
things.
town council. We do not allow personal remarks in public comment.
I guess I see how this is going. By the way, any town manager in any town in Connecticut and any town council in Connecticut can face a vote of no confidence.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Thank you. Is there anyone online who would like to make a comment? Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a comment? Yes, ma'am.
Brenda Cook, 93 Rhodes Road. I just want to say I'm sorry you had a really bad experience. I've known Jody for close to 45 years. She's always been very passionate about things she loves. She's always been very kind-hearted. I just don't agree with what's going on tonight or with what happened with Kathy Bach. And I just want to reiterate what I said earlier. If you're not going to fill the vacancies on all these things, you have 38 vacancies. Who's going to want to do these jobs when they're treated like this? It's like a public stoning. It's just not right. She's a great person. And if you lose her, that is your loss. Thank you.
Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to make a comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to make a comment?
Can I comment on myself? I just wanted to comment on Lisa Day Lewis's comments about
Could you just state your name and
Jody Coleman Marziello, 79 Tolland Green. Saying something about seeing me on her ring looking at my property. I probably was looking at the violation from the granting of her COA for the installation of the fence, which was supposed to be placed behind the bushes. And when it was granted as presented, they in fact did not install. They installed it in front of the bushes. So there was no screening, which was one of the reasons that we allowed them to, or granted them to have. So perhaps that's what you're saying. And I was invited into her yard. I don't just go walk around people's yard at all. However, in the Historic District Commission handbook for Historic District Commissions, right here, which I have been following since my appointment in 2009, which is put out. And this is actually the thing that I've asked you all to put on the Historic District Commission's website dated March 28th. This is the handbook for Historic District Commissions. It says in here that sometimes a commissioner has to visit the property site in order to see exactly what the COA application is about and to see if the pictures that are in the packet are actually accurate. Because it's at 95 Tolland Green, where there were no pictures of the street view of the property where they wanted to install the solar. And that's one of the requirements, street view, on the COA application. So perhaps that's what somebody saw, which is definitely within my purview, and it's recommended in the handbook for Historic District Commissions right here. And I would like you to please put this on the website, which I asked for back on March 28th, along with 2 other public information pieces. And I still have not yet heard a reply. And now we're almost at 2 months. So, thank you.
Thank you. I believe A. Nelson, we could ask to unmute.
Yes, good evening. My name is Lorianne Nelson. I live at 206 Anderson Road, and I'm a little late to the party here for this meeting this evening. And I apologize. I've been trying to keep up with when all the town council meetings, planning and zoning meetings, special meetings are, and I feel horrible that I have missed the beginning of this meeting. In February of this year, I sent a letter to the town council saying that I would be interested in joining the Historic District Commission when there's a vacancy. I never heard back from anyone. I had meetings with Kathy Bach, who I highly admire. The woman loves this town. I have never seen anyone love this town as much, probably, as my own family. My parents bought our home in 1964 in Tolland. I relocated back to this town after 30 years in Northern California, came home, and I am so disturbed by what is going on in this town. I feel as though there's a group that has an agenda, and if there's anyone against that particular agenda, they're eliminated. And I'm seeing it this evening. And if I'm correct that Kathy has resigned, my heart's broken. Because if you really knew her, and the just short time I've gotten to know her, her passion and love for this town is immeasurable. And I know I've met with Jody maybe once. I don't even know if she would recognize me. I'm not sure. But Kathy, she said, we'd really like you on the commission. You really have a passion for this town. And I said, yes, I live in a 220-year-old house, not on the green, but in the other side of town. And I am really hurt for Tolland, because I'm seeing it in a lot of the different commissions, and I'm seeing it in a lot of the different meetings, and I want to be more involved with my town. And I'm looking at this group right now thinking, you're eliminating people who are working voluntarily, and their mission or agenda is to keep the quaintness and historic part of this town alive. And I've heard them ridiculed. I've heard them made fun of. I've heard them treated as though they were racist, or they were, et cetera, over the fact they wanted to preserve the purity of this town. And I'm glad I was able to get into this meeting. But I really needed to say something, because Kathy Bach did not deserve this at all. And if somebody doesn't agree with the way someone talks, and 3 people, 4 people complain, I guess we could say that about several of you on the board this evening. Do you just get eliminated because some people don't like you? I don't think that's how that works. We all are supposed to work together. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the room. Does anyone like to make a comment? Seeing no hands, back to Zoom. Is there anyone online who'd like to make a comment? Oh. Laptop one.
Hi, this is Fred Day Lewis, 63 Tolland Green. It's unfortunate that we're all here tonight. Nobody, I'm sure, wanted this or wanted to be here. And I am grateful for Ms. Coleman Marziello's service to the town in her capacity on the Historic District Commission. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but there is one issue that hasn't been brought up yet, which I think deserves to be. And it's one that's come up in one of the recent meetings. And that has to do with communicating about open cases that are before the HDC. It's something that Attorney Landolina gave us some guidance on just recently, paid for by the town when we submitted questions from the HDC. Ms. Coleman Marziello, when I had a case before the HDC several years ago, reached out to one of my neighbors to solicit a letter of opposition. I believe you have a letter from that neighbor that was submitted to you. This is a clear violation of practice. It's an ex parte communication about a case before her, soliciting a letter of opposition to that case. And we saw evidence of that in a recent case as well. Just a few weeks ago, when people were being asked to, or last month, I guess, when people were being asked to recuse themselves from the HDC hearing with regard to a case for the UCCT, there was a letter in the packet from someone in opposition to that application with text from Ms. Coleman Marziello requesting that letter for both 95 Tolland Green and the church. So this is a problem. And whatever happens tonight, I hope that issue gets addressed going forward so that members of the HDC understand they can't be doing that. It's totally inappropriate. It stacks the deck against residents applying for COAs. It's unfair. Thank you.
Is there anyone in the room who wishes to make a comment? Seeing none, is there anyone online who wishes to make a comment? Back to the room a final time. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a comment? And for the final time, is there anyone online who wishes to make a comment? Seeing none, is there a motion to open the formal hearing per section C5-2, subsection 3 of the Tolland Town Charter? Moved by Councilor Sargard, seconded by Councilor Murray. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Now, Town Manager Foley, you've already been sworn in. We're going to be calling you as our first witness.
Great, thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, would it be a problem if the town manager is staying in his seat if I moved up here so that I could properly handle things for my client as far as cross-examination and I can write?
I have no issue with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. Thank you to all the citizens that have come here tonight. Thank you to all the volunteers in our town and all our commissions and boards. We are not questioning anyone's efforts, anyone's passion or love for this town. We understand that everyone does it for the right reasons. As I'll get into, it will be crystal clear what those what the reasons are for this process here tonight. I neither brought this forward, nor do I have a vote in any part of this at all. This was something that was brought to me by the previous town manager when I arrived here, and she had problems. I'll cover that tonight as well. How did we get here really is, since my arrival, since day one, meeting with staff. And when I say staff, I mean the building department, I mean the building inspector, the development director, human resources director, human services director, financial director, all of them have on many occasions, including very recently, all together in unison agree that there needed to be a change, and the change needed to be the removal of both Kathy Buck and Jody Coleman Marzial. Day one when I moved in here. And I began to look into it, and kind of, I wanted to give it some time and see what I could do, and if there was any way we could kind of work together and smooth things out. I received consistent complaints from people on the green who had gone through the COA process. As for those who don't know, what COA is, a certificate of appropriateness. And then, as you know, later on, we ended up getting also emails. However, in the verbal complaints, people who had those complaints were almost powerless to do anything about it. So if their COA wasn't approved, there really wasn't a process, and there wasn't much they could do. That's what that was told to me. Again, I'll get into the issues with the previous town manager. It's important to know that, you know, all boards and commissions can have moments where they're not at their finest. Certain moments where there's conflict, and conflict is good to a degree, and we enjoy conflict in all our discussions. This is not about a single meeting. This is not about a single message, a single week, or a single month. This is a decade. Mrs. Bach has been on for about 12 years, and Ms. Marzialo has been on for 15. This is a long time coming. I will go back several years and start reading actual quotes from the minutes, minutes that are part of town record. I will talk about outward disrespect to citizens. I will talk about difficulties following process, arbitrary decisions, and forcing residents to do things that are not within their purview to get the approval of the COA very, very clearly. And I want to add that serving on the Historic District Commission as a regular member or as a chair is a political appointment, serving at the pleasure of council. No one on there is entitled to that position or beholden to any of those appointments. In fact, town charter delineates a removal process for exactly the reasons I'll lay out here tonight. There's no interview process. There's no applications filed to get these positions. It is simply an appointment which can also be removed or attributed. Over a period of the last couple months, 3 members of the Historic District Commission resigned. 2 of those I had exit interviews with. One was asking me to keep it confidential, but it's consistent with our action tonight. Another was very clear. They were leaving because of the actions of Mrs. Bach and Ms. Marzialo. The third, Mr. Hughes, is out of the country currently, but I'm confident that he would echo those same restraints. So we are losing members of the commission, and they were fairly clear as to why. Let me address council and tell you what I don't want you to consider in this tonight. This is not about the ADA walkways on the green. This is not about the lawsuit. This is completely irrelevant to that. It's not about the cost of the attorney and not a part of the ongoing litigation to do with it. The only cost of attorney that you should consider is that when we had a solar appeal, we did have to hire an attorney. And through a lot of this, we've had to expend a lot of hours with Attorney Conti to get through a lot of these issues. But I want you, what I want you to see, but I encourage you to watch the meetings. I'm going to reference specific dates today of specific meetings. I encourage you to go watch those meetings, because what I'm going to tell you tonight, and what I'm going to quote the minutes, doesn't contain the eye rolls. It doesn't contain the smirks made at the residents applying for the COA, but it contains the words. But I assure you, those eye rolls and smirks are there. I will get into the exact dates. I encourage everyone that has a problem with what's happened to go online and look at those meetings yourself and make your own judgments. Council, you only need one reason, any reason, to remove Ms. Marzialo from the Historic District Commission. I'm going to give you too many tonight. And it's unfortunate. Ms. Marzialo was given the opportunity to resign months ago. This was done at the request of both the chair and the vice chair to give them an opportunity to exit gracefully. They did not. And I'm sorry to everybody that I'm going to expose the language and what the treatment of people verbatim of what happened. And so everything you heard tonight, I understand, and that's fantastic that we heard it. But I'm going to give you the facts of the minutes and you decide. Council, please, you decide as well and vote on that. I'm sorry that I'm shining a light on these behaviors, but I'm gonna move forward now. Housekeeping. I'm gonna give you an exhibit, and I'll pile them here. This is just the service record that, as required by town code, in order to go through this process, both Ms. Marzialo and Ms. Bach had to be served notice. We served it through a marshal. This is the record of that, and I have it marked as Exhibit A. I'm happy to turn over all these exhibits to council and to the attorneys following this meeting.
Point of clarification, Exhibit 1?
Nope, Exhibit 1's coming.
Thank you.
We had listed them all, but I wanted to get this out there first as a point of housekeeping. Sorry. I am gonna read a culmination of some combined notes and research reviewed by myself and my staff of minutes of previous HDC meetings. I'm gonna start out with some anecdotal ones before I move into an actual timeline of specific actual hearings. The anecdotal ones are again ones I encourage you to please go watch the meeting. Go watch the meetings for yourself and then think this is how a board treats the residents. Not about how the board's treating each other. Well, you'll find that this is about how residents are treated when they approach with a COA that is not approved by all. I will start on June 17th, 2020. Jody, in the minutes, it's referred to as Jody. Jody is Jody Coleman Marzialo, and Kathy is Kathy Bach. In a matter, to be brief, I will just use the first names, no disrespect intended, but that's how it was in the minutes. I will go over some language by other members of the Historic District Commission. They are not being asked to be removed at this point. Some are already gone and left. But the point here is that this was all under the purview of the chair, Ms. Coleman Marzialo, and that's why I think they should be considered. I'll start on June 17th, 2020. I'm going to go back further down when I get into a timeline, but again, these are some anecdotal things I want you to consider before I move into some of the actual issues. This is more decorum related, and so June 17th, 2020, from the minutes, 29 minutes and 25 seconds. Jody, not granting solar panels on 95 Tolland Green due to neighbors' comments. Mike Farrell, alternate on the PZZ, repeatedly brought up state statute and that neighbor comments do not apply and questioned this more than once. Jody, yes, they do. And I will cite the law that the neighborhood comments are not a reason for a denial of solar panels. 4015, Kathy Bach, comments on accessibility. We have a very small and only one historic district. There are lots of playing fields, lots of handicapped accessible walkways. There are trails for handicapped accessibility, so many other places, but there's only one area for granite sidewalks, only one small historic district, and it's really incumbent on a very few of us to protect that. We have made concessions for all kinds of things, all kinds of places in town. It's not that we have denied access. People have access to the district. It's just not convenient. Jody, discussion on solar panels. I would hate to see people come down to the Tolland Green, people to say such a quaint little town, to see such a quaint little town, and they drive through and every house has solar panels. I do not think that makes a historic town. Once you take away history or alter it, You don't get it back. That was in 2020. I asked you to look outside. Tomorrow, look outside. You will see power lines up and down the street. You will not see solar panels up and down the houses on here. And that was 4 years ago. We're going back. Moving forward. September 16th, 2020. Barnes, I don't know who that is. Did some research of his own. This is a desperate attempt of the church. This is in regards to, stand by for a second. This is in regards to a sign, the UCCT wanted to put a sign on this. These are comments on it. Barnes did some research of his own. This is a desperate attempt of the church to attract a specific type of member to the community. Looks like they're trying to steal the pride movement to build up the church. This is exclusive, whereas the community this is exclusive, where is BLM? Where is Asian? May offend people from the larger community. There's a loud argument in the meeting. It's called out of order by the UCCT. Jody, well, it says this is neighborhood input. There's yelling back and forth about the rainbow. I'm quoting the minutes. Dave Barnes interrupts saying,
excuse me, objection, these are not the minutes. These are not the minutes at all. These are from a letter that Susan Hughes sent in where she allegedly transcribed certain portions of certain meetings. We have no idea if this is accurate. These are taken out of context. It's not the minutes. I have the ability to object. Mr. Attorney Conti, would you let the chair?
And it's overruled. Continue, please, Mr. Foley.
I reviewed I reviewed this with staff today in relation, and I'll get into the actual some of the actual stuff moving forward as well. But I can understand why you wouldn't want this. At one point,
the minutes, that's why.
The UCC says, can we please get back on topic? So in a meeting, you actually have where there's yelling back and forth, you actually have the UC getting back on top. And I encourage you, September 16th, 2020, go and review them yourself. The video's there. I can't repeat that enough. Moving on, same meeting, final comments from commission members. And I thought they were very abrasive. Jody, oh, they were. He's getting really frustrated. And that's why I included some of his emails, because one of his emails was a little testy and I was a little XXX. I'm assuming, I don't know what it is. His emails were a little testy and I was a little blank by it. There's no need to. Ann says, I don't feel open and affirmed. Again, anyone who questions that our actions tonight, please go watch that video. My staff said over and over again that all you need to do is see that.
Objection, if his staff said that, they should be here testifying. These are not, Mr. Foley, we don't want to hear about your staff, we want to hear about you.
Overall.
You're the witness.
Thanks. Thank you. Discussion about the church. Ann Deegan, I wouldn't join that church if you paid me. This is on November 18th, 2020. Discussion about the church, a church on our green. Ann Deegan, I wouldn't join that church if you paid me. That symbol. Kathy Bach, what I read from the minutes embarrassed me, and I belong to that church. You're seeing attacking the church. And yes, this is all available. I would like to say this is all available in the letter from Ms. Hughes, who's out of the country. But again, reviewed with staff today, case by case. Jody, CM, didn't seem very godly to me. Kathy Bach, people moved here and the green is one of the, people moved here and the green is one of the reasons. We need to remind people sometimes when they want to mess that up. There's a discussion on minutes. No reasons were approved. No minutes were approved the entire year. Moving down to Kathy. That made me laugh because they wanted to do solar to be energy efficient when they have those big floodlights on the church, stupid lights. Well, that's because we didn't know it was a church member. It's not about what's on the outside. It's supposed to be what's on the inside. Jody, can't talk like this. We're going to get a nasty letter from the church. Discussion on the sign. There's a remark about them being recorded. Kathy, I'm going to, I don't know what she says after what I said to you. Let's go March 16th, 2022. Jody, do you know what replacing like for like means? You don't get a choice. I did notice there's an area where you have all those bags of stuff piled up. This is someone with coming to the HDC with a COA being chastised because they have bags piled up. This is a resident. Chair being interrupted.
Members of the public would please allow Mr. Foley to speak uninterrupted. Record is being taken. Please allow him to speak.
Again, April 20th, 2022. I encourage anyone to watch that meeting. Kathy, I'm not convinced that people who are concerned. I don't know. Jody, Mr. Barlow, are you saying that Mrs. Hughes' daughter can't go on the sidewalks at all? No, I never said that. Jody, is that what they are saying? David Cochran. David is our development director. David Cochran, we are not looking to accommodate one person. It is not to make Susan happy. It's to meet our obligations to the ADA and create something that is accessible. Kathy says, except that Susan is the only one who is having the problem. With nobody else in the ADA family or our community is having the problem, including my very good friend who is totally blind, has not had a problem walking the green. The only voice that keeps rising to the top is Susan. And oh, it's hard not to keep hearing her. Rod, yeah, me too. Kathy, the argument is she wants to be able to do this by wheelchair again. We're not going back to the Susan Lusick thing again. May 18th, 2022, again. 14 minutes into it by Rod. Discussion of previous owner's divorce. Husband moved out, the ex-wife stayed in the house, and there is no maintenance done in the house. This isn't a public meeting. This is the HTC. I'm going to read it again. Discussion on the previous owner's divorce. The husband moved out, the ex-wife stayed in the house. There is no maintenance on the house. It's on May 18th, 2022. Again, this was made by someone named Rod, but under the purview of the chair, and no controls were made on that. Moving on, June 15th, 2022. Kathy, the green itself is protected property. The application before you desecrates the ordinance and the centuries of preservation of work by those who are here now. This is for a solar application. Again, I'll read it again. The green itself is protected property. The application before you desecrates the ordinance and centuries of preservation work by those who are here now. It does not respect the neighbors or the neighborhood. The commission must consider the impact on the purpose of the district. Yes, you can vote for it, much like you can advocate for spandex bodysuits on a 97-year-old, but why would you? Now we can vote. Can I have a motion for a vote for the application and its rejection? I'll repeat that last line. Yes, you can advocate. This is from Kathy Bach. Yes, you can advocate for it, much like you can advocate for spandex bodysuits on 97-year-old, but why would you? Now we vote. Can I have a motion for a vote on the application and its rejection? Again, this is under the chair's purview. It was denied.
I don't know.
Rod, at this point, says the Department of Interior should change the ordinance. Quote, well, that went much better than I thought it was going to. We didn't have a bunch of neighbors show up after the Facebook post. With respect to Mr. Jick, I can look at the house without thinking of that idiot's lawn and what he did to do it. Ha! What he's done to screw up the North Green. June 15th, 2020. I encourage everyone to go see that for themselves. July 20, actually, let me move into the minutes. Anecdotal. Again, this is a timeline of notes that I have taken after working with my staff, looking at minutes and looking at the meetings. This is not a deep dive. This was my discussion with staff. And kind of off the top of our heads, can we remember anything or anything specific that comes to mind? Again, I reiterate who staff is here. That's David Cochran, that's our buildings person, our development person, our building inspector, our financial director, our human services director, all of them we discussed and come up with these facts. 30 Tolland Green, a deck replacement. I don't want to argue the ability for them not to have AZEC boards instead of regular boards. But I'll quote Mrs. Bach. It is insidious, the fact that they're applying for it, and it starts with the little things. And then let me move on.
I'm sorry, was there a date on that?
I'm sorry, August of 2016. The August HTC meeting. I don't have the exact.
Is that in any of the packets that I have?
No, it's in my notes.
Council, you'll have an opportunity to cross examine.
Well, I'm just trying to follow along and it's very difficult. Usually there's a courtesy where the attorney for the other party or the defendant, whatever you want to call my client, has a copy of what's being presented as evidence. And I don't have that courtesy here.
I will, as I move through these, I will move through the exhibits.
As you move through what? I'm sorry?
As I read my notes, I have exhibits to back up everything I'm saying. I'm happy to get you a copy of all those exhibits.
Is that, I think this is maybe what I have. It starts with exhibit 1.
Yep.
Okay, so you're going into the exhibits as you go here. Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 1, actually, let me put that in. That had to do with the deck replacement. And the quote that it's insidious and starts with the little things. Moving on to 43 Tolland Green solar application, March of 2018. On March 20th, 2018, Kathy Bach, possibly, she was a member of the church at the UCC, sent an email. Have you heard from the Congregational Church's vendor regarding solar installation at the church school building? The building's roof is visible from the street, but is far enough back as to not be in the district. Will this protect will this project be required to come before the Tolland Green Historic District Commission for any reason? The plan is to do work during April vacation. Remind you, this is a daycare behind the church, a building that's back there. Staff advised that if the building was visible from the street, it would need to go to the HDC. On March 27, 2018, Jody Coleman-Rosiello confirmed that a COA would be necessary. See Exhibit 3. First, Exhibit 2 is the email I just talked about. Exhibit 3 again, another email.
I don't seem to have 3.
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't think it's listed as 3, or maybe it's not.
Is there a date on this?
March 27th?
I think it's listed as 1 instead of 3.
It didn't get up there, but yes, thank you. The next one's 4, just missed that type part, thank you. Again, staff advised that if the building was visible from the street, it would need to go to the HDC. On March 27th, Jody Coleman-Marziello confirmed that the COA would be necessary. See Exhibit 3. The COA was denied due to visible from the street. See Exhibit 4. Also, that it would impair the historic district and appearance of the historic district, could set precedents incompatible with the historic district. So, denial based on visibility from the street is inherently illegal, as the historic district has no jurisdiction in places where the solar panels are not visible from the street. Which would suggest that all solar applications over the historic district which they have a jurisdiction over should be denied. This interpretation is obviously contrary to state statute. Again, I'd like to again read that again. Denial based on visibility from the street is inherently illegal, as the historic district has no jurisdiction in places where solar panels are not visible from the street, which would suggest that all solar applications over the historic district, over which the historic district has jurisdiction, should be denied. This interpretation is obviously contrary to the law. 95, Tolland Green solar application, May 2020. The applicant at 95 Tolland Green requested installation of solar panels on May 20th, 2020. This was denied by the commission as not keeping with historic district as not keeping with the historic district commission. Concerns for property value impacts consistent with previous actions by the commission. So again, this was denied by the commission as not keeping with the historic district neighborhood and concerns for property value impacts and consistent with previous actions. Concerns for property value impacts. And again, I encourage you, the May 2020 meeting for 95 Tolland Green, and review. And it's in Exhibit 5 from the minutes. Consideration of property value impacts is outside the statutory scope of the Historic District Commission. A neighbor inquired if the solar denial met the overall statutory standard for solar in Exhibit 6. Questioning this denial based on many things. Y'all get Exhibit 6. 45 Tolland Green, freestanding sign application for the church. We discussed it a little bit earlier. During the July 29, 2020 and September 16, 2020 meetings for 45 Tolland Green requested construction of a freestanding sign. During the meeting, the following discussion took place. The applicant asked the Historic District Commission was asked by the Historic District Commission to turn the sign from perpendicular to the roadway to parallel from the roadway to be consistent with the prior sign. So again, the sign had to be facing the roadway as opposed to oncoming or traffic being able to see it.
I'm sorry, where was this? Where am I seeing this?
45 Tolland Green.
No, is there an exhibit number? I'm just trying to follow along.
Yep.
I'm having difficulty.
Yep, there'll be Exhibit 7 and 8 that will apply to both of these. Again, they were asked to turn the sign from perpendicular to the roadway to parallel to the roadway. I would like to remind everyone to look at historic district signs when you drive into it that says that you're welcome to the Tolland Historic District. Their signs themselves are facing oncoming traffic and perpendicular to the roadway. The applicant was asked by the Historic District Commission to remove their address number from the sign and significant discussion on the sign context. Whether they're allowed to use open and affirming on the sign and allow a rainbow to be on the sign, which was ultimately allowed, but which is out of the HDC purview. Applicant not allowed to light the sign. Significant discussion on precedent for allowing lights on the HDC. It was pointed out that the Art Center has a light, but they have events at night. And that's why the Art Center can have a light on their sign and the church can't. That is arbitrary. And contrary, the church has many events at night, obviously. Again, the applicant was asked to remove the address number from the sign and significant discussion on what is on the sign. I'll remind council, they have no say, no one has any say on what you're putting on a sign on the property. An address, you're required to have an address on either the building or a sign out in front, and they were asked to actually take it off the sign. I ask you to see the recording again, September 16th, 2020 meeting, and the July 29, 2020, and the meeting minutes are attached as Exhibit 7 and 8. '63 Tolland Green solar application, October 21. This is your process. Talk about a difficulty following process. September 29, 2021, applicant submitted application was submitted for 63 Tolland Green, and the 65-day timeline started. On October 13, 2021, email from building permit technician Laura Smith to an applicant for solar panels at 63 Tolland Green, indicating that Jody told her not to hear the application on October 20th. On the October 20th meeting, instead delay it to November meeting because the commission wanted to ensure that leaves had fallen off the trees to properly assess the visibility. See Exhibit 9 Vegetation is exempt from the Historic District Commission. They have no say over vegetation. You heard something about vegetation in front of a sign or a fence earlier as well. Vegetation is exempt. On October 20th, 2021, ACC meeting takes place. No discussion on submitted application reflected in the minutes submitted by Kathy Bach. Though there was a brief discussion on the solar application, and the commission seemed to agree with Jody to wait until the leaves fall off the tree. See the audio recording if you'd like at approximately 55 minutes and 30 seconds. November 17th, 2021. An application heard and tabled to provide for additional alternatives. See Exhibit 10, meeting minute. December 3rd, 2021. The application expires per state statute as the historic districts have to act on applications within 65 days of receipt. The application was ultimately approved. The Historic District Commission as a whole failed to take proper action in this measure. See Exhibit 11 in regards to the application expiring by state statute. See emails questioning the process of the Historic District Commission, Exhibits 12 and 13. See Exhibit 14, record of complaint by the interim town manager. I'm told that I brought this up. It's an employee of the state of Connecticut when this occurred. Quote, again, this is Exhibit 14, an email from the acting town manager to our building inspector. I am concerned about potential lawsuits if they are denying citizens of their rights. I do not if the decision to deny were appropriate or not without background of the projects. I have been told that the commission chair has not been acting fairly across the board. The complaint is that she sides different ways with different people. Again, I do not know the full background. However, I think the need to inform the entire commission that they need to apply the same principles for all applications is not being done here. Yeah, that's Exhibit 14. 89 Tolland Green, November 2021. November 17, 2021, a meeting. A COA was issued, see Exhibits 15 and 16. Again, these are meeting minutes and letters to the building department. November 17th, the COA was issued for a wood lattice fence after the fact at 89 Tolland Green. The commission approved the fence, but required it to be painted to minimize the visual impact via a Kathy Bach motion. The color of the fence was natural wood. They were required to paint it. The commission had no say on painting a fence. Yeah, that's going to come up repeatedly. The commission has no say on painting a fence. They were required to paint, it was natural wood. They didn't like it, and it was required to be painted. Color is outside the purview of the HCC per section 7-147 D and C of the Connecticut General Statutes. Applicant was willing to do this, though there were significant disagreements about how much of the fence needed to be painted. Why is the Historic District Commission deciding on the colors of a fence? Brenda Faluzzi asked exactly that. Brenda Faluzzi asked about that she was the liaison from council at the time. Brenda Faluzzi asked about the authority of the commission if they had to have a right to regulate color. That's 1 hour and 9 minutes into the meeting. And Jody asserted that the commission has the ability to regulate color if it's very intrusive. It was natural wood color. Jody asserted that the commission has the ability to regulate the color if it's very obtrusive. And fences from that period were natural wood, white, or black. Kathy Bach indicated that since the COA application was after the fact, that gives them more leeway to regulate color and grant approval. Kathy Bach indicated that since the COA application was after the fact, that gives them more leeway to regulate color or grant approval. That's made up. They don't regulate color. There's nothing about after the fact. If you're looking for one reason, I encourage you to look at that meeting. That's all you need to see. Moving on. Frustrations building with staff in town hall and the previous town manager. An olive branch extended. Following the issues with 63 Tolland Green, 89 Tolland Green, and complaints received from residents, the interim town manager and building official, Exhibit 17, worked to hold a training with the State Historic Preservation Office on February 16, 2022, with the Historic District Commission. Jody Carmen-Mazzialo and Kathy Bach were both in attendance at this training. See Exhibits 18 and 19 is the training in its entirety. The interim town manager considered a reprimand approach, but ultimately decided to provide training in hopes of supporting the existing commissioners. That reprimand consideration is in Exhibit 20, email. That's the previous town manager. Again, I'm a state employee when that's happening. 65, hold on one second here. Let me read the email from Lisa Hancock. That would be great if you could work on setting something up. At some point, we should probably meet with the chair and vice chair to discuss the concerns over the legislation that is not being followed. But let's try to get this person to put on the training to discuss it and see where it goes rather than trying to reprimand them. The training was set up. Again, the exhibit, I believe, is Exhibit 19, where the training was held right here in this room. The training was in February of 2022. 675 Tolland Stage Road. Solar application, August 2022 and October of 2022. An applicant applied for solar panels on August 16, 2022, and it was denied for the following reason. Exhibit 21. Though this was not noted in the minutes and which drew concern again from the interim town manager. It was denied for the following reasons. Number one, visible from the street. I submit the minutes of the letter from our building department, Exhibit 21. Emails from the building department, Exhibit 22. Again, number one, visible from the street. There is stuff missing from the meeting minutes in that meeting and process issues there. Jody Coleman-Marzialo and Kathy Bach were absent from the meeting where the initial decision was made. See Exhibit 24. Actually, let me back up and go on there. Let me read Exhibit 23, which drew concern from the town manager. These are, and I quote from her email. The minutes did not reflect how this project would substantially impair the character and appearance of the district. I'm concerned that this denial could possibly be in violation of state statute, but I am not totally sure since the minutes did not specifically identify the project would substantially impair. The homeowner has stated they're going to contact an attorney. This can also be costly if the town must provide an attorney. Can you two please review this to ensure that we are within the rules of statute so it can be defended if it goes to trial? That's from, again, Lisa Hancock in June of 2022, Exhibit 23. Concerns over appeals and attorney's costs. Jody Coleman-Marzialo, Kathy Bach, same meeting, 675 Tolland Stage Road. Jody Coleman-Marzialo and Kathy Bach were absent from the meeting where the initial decision was made. See Exhibit 2024. These are the minutes. Exhibit 24. Those are the minutes. But they submitted letters of opposition to the proposed application, including a line from Kathy Bach that indicates, yes, you can advocate for this application, much like you can advocate for a spandex bodysuits for 97-year-olds, but why would you?
I'm sorry, where was that?
That's in exhibit 25 and 26. That was on August of 2022 meeting. Emails from Jody Coleman Marzialo and Kathy Bacher, exhibits 25 and 26.
You said it's from when? August? I'm seeing emails dated June.
This is June 13th, 2022. And I quote, "The application before you requesting street-facing solar panels at 675 Tolland Stage Road desecrates the ordinance and centuries of preservation work by those who are here now and came before. It does not respect the neighbors or the neighborhood. The commission must consider the impact of the application on the purpose of the district. Yes, you can advocate for this application, much like you can advocate for spandex bodysuits of 97-year-olds. But why would you? Thank you for your time, Kathy Bach." The applicant at 675 Tolland Stage Road submitted another application for solar in October of 2022. Despite having recused themselves and submitted correspondence for the previous very similar application, both Jody Coleman Marzialo and Kathy Black heard the application, exhibit 27. I don't have it on the top, but I'll mark it. That's the email from Rod Hurdock at the top. You see it, Counselor?
I see exhibit 27 as minutes dated November 16, 2022.
Yes, I'm sorry. That might have been what happened.
So I'm lost at this point.
Let me bring you home.
Thank you.
The applicant at 675 Tolland Stage Road submitted another application for solar in October of 2022. Despite having recused themselves and submitted correspondence for the previous very similar application, both Marzialo and Bach heard the application in exhibit 27, but voted to approve, but only with the following reasons.
Where, can you tell me where you're reading that from?
These are from my notes.
Oh, all right. Oh, so it's not in the
After
packet.
watching the minutes or listening to the minutes.
I think the email, you had asked a question about the email that he had referred to. I think that's in the back side of exhibit 27.
My exhibit 27 goes all the way where there is a backside. Where it's still the minutes respectfully submitted.
I have an email on the backside as well. So that the minutes and an email.
On the backside of 27?
Exhibit 27.
My packet doesn't have that. I go right to 28.
No,
Or my,
go to exhibit 26,
26.
and it's the backside of the first page of exhibit 27.
Ah, thank you. So it's dated June 13.
Yep.
Okay.
Again, the application was approved, but only with the following stipulations. The position of the house and the property. The house is set back 160 feet from the road, elevated on a hill. It's the newest property in the district. It was built in 2006. It was built after the inception of the district. It also is located toward the end of the historic district.
I'm sorry, where's that?
From my notes that I took.
Oh, that's notes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Notes.
I'm seeing it on the back.
Could be there as well.
Oh, it's in the minutes. It's in the minutes. Got it.
Again, the reason provided, one, they only approved it based on those reasons. Some of those reasons have nothing to do with statute at all. Again, arbitrary. 100 Tolland Green, offense, August 2022. Prior to the meeting, the applicant was advised unilaterally by Jody prior to the public hearing that chain link fences will not be appropriate in the historic district. Fine. And they would like them to provide other fencing options and please amend their application. Exhibit 28. In response to this, the applicant modified their application to include picket fence on the visible side from the road at the August 17, 2022 meeting. Jody then asked the applicant if they would paint the fence white, approximately 29 minutes into the report. Kathy Bach made a motion to approve the picket fence, conditioned on approval of painting the fence white within a year, approximately 30 minutes into the recording, and in Exhibit 29. Fence was natural wood color. They have no purview over color of that fence, but yet required them to paint it at, I'm sure, at a substantial cost and effort. December of 2023, our building department got training documents that included the following. They were submitted to the Historic District Chair in December of 23 at the request of a new member. And that's Exhibit 30, where it talks about getting those items to them. She was provided with highlights of the Connecticut Freedom of Information Act, Freedom of Information Commission notice on meeting schedules, Robert's Rules cheat sheet, clear guide to running public meetings, the February 22 slide deck of the HTCC training. I want council to recall, either last council meeting or the one before that, Jody said she never received any documents or training. And you can see she CC'd in Exhibit 20 of all these documents. We gave it to her again last week, I believe, or 2 weeks ago. And the second time she got it. She told us she never did. We have the email here that it was sent to you. 45 Tolland Green, solar installation, October 2023, the church. The applicant submitted an application on October 2023, which was tabled to November to allow the applicant time to revise. See Exhibit 31. These are minutes. The applicant revised their application to create a freestanding ground-mounted solar structure in the rear of the property and place panels on the west and south facing roof, which was approved. See Exhibit 32, minutes. Jolman Coleman Marzialo reached out, as far as we know, to Holly Barnes, Heather, and Matt Ferretti, and Craig Server for a comment in advance of the public hearing for the first time. As we know and has been discussed, that is ex parte communication. That should not be done, as confirmed by the attorney that we had to hire because solar was appealed, that they cannot solicit for testimony. The applicant returned on March 20.
Sorry, where was that? Was that an exhibit?
Nope.
Okay.
But I want to say there's something about it in the minutes. Before, but no, not an exhibit. The applicant returns on March 20th, 2024 to update the previous COA to allow for solar on the main roof, which creates a much more effective system. Exhibit 33, minutes. This was tabled as the HTC sought an legal opinion on whether they could do this in light of the previous approved COA. At the April meeting, the solar application for the COA at 45 Tolland Green was approved with comments from Jody Coleman Marzialo suggesting that she disapproved of the application in spite of her yes vote. See Exhibit 34. Immediately following the explanation of the ex parte communication by the town's attorney, the commission was asked by the applicant's attorney to disclose any ex parte communication and for any commissioner who engaged in such communication to recuse themselves from the decision. Kathy had then recused herself. Jody Coleman Marzialo didn't. The building official then read into record an email into the record, and that's going to be Exhibit 35, which denotes and demonstrates ex parte communication on behalf of the chair, who indicated that the communication was not ex parte. See Exhibits, again, 34, and proceeded to participate in the decision-making process. She said she didn't do any ex parte communication, and then it's actually in the email there that she did do it. said she didn't do any ex parte communication. I'll read the email that Jody sent out. Hi, Holly and Dave. I wanted you to know there is a public hearing next Wednesday for the solar panels at the UCCT at 95 Tolland Green. Please consider sending an email or attending the meeting via Zoom regarding your opinion. The packet link is below. Exhibit 35. That's dishonesty. 95 Tolland Green solar installation, March 2024. The applicant submitted a solar application in February 2024, which was heard at the March meeting and later denied. See Exhibit 36. Comments were made by Kathy Bach, including she was opposed to solar on her moral grounds unrelated to historic district considerations, biases, and likened the role of the HDC to that of a homeowners association. The HDC is not a homeowners association. Homeowners association is private. The HDC is based on statute. Jody Coleman-Marziallo engaged and enabled an extensive conversation about how the applicant purchased the home, the value of the home, and the applicant's efforts to renovate the property. I encourage you to go listen to that. She talks about the value of the home, the purchase of the home, and his efforts to renovate. That is not anything to do with the Historic District Commission. But if you watch that, it's great. It's great perspective, or listen to it. It's great perspective on exactly what happens. The application was denied. It was substantial because it would substantially impair the historic district, the nature of the historic district, and would be viewed from public access roads. You're seeing a pattern here. The applicant submitted another application in March of 2024, conditioned upon removing 3 panels closest to the road. So they submitted another application, but it will be approved as long as they move the panels closest to the road. With Jody Coleman-Marziallo, again, this is going to be back in Exhibit 33, opining that this removal would not significantly impair the effectiveness of the solar panel. Jody told the homeowner, move those panels, it won't affect the effectiveness of the homeowner. She is neither a solar engineer nor a solar or energy expert in any way to do that, nor is that in their purview. I myself, when I got here, tried to meet or did meet on several occasions and discuss solar issues, any issues, decorum, professionalism, and many things. I'll denote now the meetings that I had with either Jody or Kathy. August 31st, 2022, Jody and I met in my office. November 15th, 2020.
I'm sorry, could you slow down just a little? I'm trying to get these dates. What was the first?
October 31st, 2022. I met with Jody in my office.
10/31/22?
Yep, that was my first one-on-one face-to-face meeting where we talked about a lot of things to include Historic District Commission meetings. 11/15/2022, I met with Kathy Bach. February 14th, 2023, I met with Jody. March 30th, 2023, Kathy and I met. June 28th, 2023, Jody, Kathy, and I met. The purpose of that was to discuss plans for the sidewalks on the green that were submitted to me by Jody Coleman-Marziallo as the president of the Historic District Commission. She has told us countless times that it was done as a resident, not as the president of the Historic District Commission. The email, and I don't have it, we have it, I just don't have it as an exhibit. I will get it and make sure it's attached to the minutes where she sent it as the president of the Historic District Commission. It's discussed in one of the minutes here as well, but I'll get that. But she came and said she did it as a resident, yet it was discussed in the meetings with everybody, and then also sent an email that had her name and president of the Historic District Commission to accept those plans. Jody, Kathy, and I met with SHPO and others on the green. We talked about a lot of things, but specifically discussed solar at the church. And as you can see, there has been no improvement based on all the efforts for us to reach out to them. We have had to hire an attorney to defend a solar application. So I ask you, consider all these things. Please pick one meeting if you have time. and watch, and you decide for yourself if there's decorum, if there's professionalism. But I provided you our actual review of the minutes of the video. And obviously lots of reasons with decorum, professionalism, and process. That's all I have.
Council, any questions?
I have a ton of questions. I'd like to take a short recess though first.
Anyone make the motion for recess?
So moved.
Any discussion? All in favor?
And just out of curiosity, what time do you go to?
Whenever we.
Cascade.
There's no time limit.
Okay, all right. Breakfast will be brought in. Oh, you think I'm joking?
Thank you.
We're gonna go back on the record.
Oh, sorry.
Council, have there been negotiation?
There have been negotiations, Madam Chair.
And what was the result of negotiation?
We have a stipulation between my client and the council regarding the outcome of this hearing and how things are going to proceed going forward. If I may, I would like to read that into the record.
You may.
Okay, and just for the record, my name is George Schober. I'm an attorney from Summers with the firm of Schober and Schober. And I represent Jody Coleman Marzialo. And the stipulation that the parties have agreed to states, one, respondent Jody Coleman Marzialo shall resign as chair effective immediately. Two, respondent shall complete SHPO training forthwith. Three, respondent shall recuse herself from solar panel applications through November 30, 2024. Four, respondent shall refrain from ex parte communications and other reasonably delineated acts as set forth by the town within the next 2 weeks to be communicated through her attorney. Five, respondent's conduct regarding Tolland HDC shall be reevaluated on or about November 2024. In the event that her conduct is deemed reasonably satisfactory during that period, she shall be allowed to complete her full term as a regular member, provided nothing herein shall preclude the town council from reinitiating removal proceedings should her conduct be deemed unsatisfactory. And it's been signed by my client, by me, and by Attorney Conti.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend the resolution as it stands?
I would like to make that motion to amend the resolution to accept the terms as presented.
For a second?
Second the motion.
It was moved by Counselor Stargard, seconded by Counselor Mari. Is there any discussion?
I'm glad that there was a agreement was able to be made and everybody works really hard and I hope it works out and we won't be doing this again anytime soon, ever. So thank you to everybody and that spoke and worked this out together and show that we can do good when we all listen to each other.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I'm glad this is over.
Anything else?
You have a vote on the motion?
We will be as soon as discussion's over. All in favor?
Aye.
It is unanimous.
And can we have the agreement submitted as part of the record?
Yes.
Somebody will send us a copy. Somebody.
Yep.
Thank you.
So is there a motion to close the public informal hearing? Seconded by Councilor Mari. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It is unanimous. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Get that, Councilor Moran, seconded by Councilor Newman. Any objection? And adjourn. 11:09. Thank you.